end, but I hope that in this case it's the beginning of new further process and project altogether, in particular with the aim of the Commission. And so I thank also the Commission to be here and to help us in understanding how to promote again these activities. These activities are very important for different reasons. One of these reasons is the multinational participation for a problem that cannot be constrained within borders, of course. And the second is that the evaluation of multi-hazard problems that normally is difficult to manage because, as you know, the hazards match and create complexity in the evaluation. So all these reasons make BORIS a first step of collaboration, and I hope that in the very near future, also because many projects and many funding should be available on that to cooperate again for improve the quality of prevention for our population in Europe. So thank you very much again to be here. I'm very sorry to leave in a few minutes for other meeting, and I leave I am the boss of Barbara. So Barbara, please proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Riccardo. I now leave the floor to Professor Andrea Prota, who has been the project leader. So, please, Andrea.
Good afternoon also from me, and it's a pleasure for me to open this final conference on BORIS project, the project on cross-border risk assessment for increased prevention and preparedness in Europe. As Riccardo said, these final meetings are always a moment where you come back with even to the beginning, and we should recognize that this project reminds to all of us a series of virtual meetings that we were forced to hold online due to the pandemic emergency. So today it's a nice moment also because we have an opportunity to meet together in person. We started to do that in Ljubljana a few months ago, and then we had other physical meetings over the last months. I would like to thank particularly Dr. Christian Agard from the European Commission for being here, and his presence is also for us a way for us to reflect on the products and the deliverable of this project, and to understand how we can propose even further developments of this activity. I would like to thank him because he devoted some time to us even for a pre-meeting, which was very interesting to know each other and also learn more about the activity that he is promoting for his role, and also for us to present CI3R and also the consortium of BORIS. I would like to send my greeting to the colleagues from Turkey that are not present today. I see you connected, and all to the other colleague online. Particularly in the screen, I see Professor Mikos, which was one of the persons more involved and active in this project. So I would like to stick with the time and the agenda, and since I will have a presentation after I stop here, and I would like to ask Mr. Agar to start with his address. Thank you. You move there. As you move there, I use this time to thank the representatives of Italian Department of Civil Protection, Dr. Daniela Di Brucci and Dr. Elena Speranza. As you have seen in the program, they will have a short presentation after. Thank you very much. We really take benefit from your support and interaction with the Italian Department of Civil Protection. So the presentation is opening and okay.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Thank you very much to everybody for the invitation to this closing event of the BORIS project. It's a great pleasure to be here in the EU Center. My name is Christian Aagaard. I work in the Union Prevention and Humanitarian Aid Directorate of the European Commission. I will today present our work within disaster prevention and preparedness. So basically, before going into the details about the program that we co-finance, where we co-finance single and multi-country projects that support disaster risk management effort of the Union Civil Protection Mechanism. Let me just highlight how important this work is for Europe and for the European Commission. If we look back at back to 1980 and towards the year of 2020, we can see that the socio-economic impact of natural disasters have been tremendous, both in terms of money and also in terms of impact on many millions of people. And that's why we would like to promote investing in disaster resilience, which also would contribute to socio-economic growth. So if we look at what we have been doing in 2022, we have just finalized the grant agreements. And there we have two different strands. We have technical assistance to support capacity building of civil protection authorities. And this is meant to close technical, financial and capacity gaps where we invest in planning and preparing investments and develop strategic knowledge to strengthen the institutional and policy framework. We also have track 2, and that is where the BORIS project is financed. This is to support cross-border disaster risk management. These projects aim to promote cross-border collaboration for disaster resilience, and it targets a variety of stakeholders, from NGOs to private sector companies to universities. We can see, just looking at BORIS, that the partnership can be very broad. So the idea here is to build long-lasting partnerships and do research work which ends up supporting civil protection authorities of UCPM, supporting participating states. We can see here that if we look at the technical support that we provide to the civil protection authorities, then the majority of those projects are focusing on multi-hazards. And this is a little bit different if we compare to track 2, where there's a more variety in terms of scope, sectors, and and hazards that our projects focus on. We can see here from this slide that the most projects we have financed since 2014 focused on floods, followed by earthquakes, and also wildfires are also quite important. We have also financed a number of projects in the field of wildfires. In 2022, we have financed 13 proposals for capacity building within the civil protection authorities. And those projects will start in the very early days of 2023 and will last for 24 months. If we look at our cross-border cooperation projects, we have financed 11 proposals for a total value of around 7 million euros. There's also projects that will start in 2023 and will last for up to 24 months. They can potentially, both strands, be shorter projects, but most of them have a duration of about 2 years. So if we look into the future a little bit and think about the calls that we are going to launch in the beginning of 2023, then we will again have two different types of projects. So two different calls for proposals. We will have technical assistance, again, meant for civil protection authorities and disaster risk management authorities. And then we will have a cross-border type of projects that will have a call which will be called Knowledge for Action in Prevention and Preparedness. So what we're aiming with those new programs is to streamline our projects to achieve administrative simplification and ensure the highest added value for the projects that we finance. There's also going to be more focus on results in terms of monitoring. So we are going to invest more in the indicator framework and be a little bit more demanding in terms of how results are reported for the projects. We will also aim at stepping up the technical guidance that we provide to beneficiaries before, during, and in the evaluation of the projects that we finance. So, if we look at the details of those calls that are coming up in 2023, there'll be the technical assistance. It will still be focused on administrative capacity building. It will still be focused on only one country, so it will not be cross-border. It will have a budget of about 6.5 million and a co-financing rate of 95%. The calls will be launched the 16th of February, so it's quite soon. And what we will aim at with the current call is that we will align the call with our policy priorities within the disaster resilience goals and within the European Wildfire Action Plan. So while there will be, a separate thematic priority on wildfire, it will obviously still be possible to have projects which focus on other disasters, but the multi-hazard approach will still be promoted through both this call and the call for under track 2, which is the cross-border call. And there will also be some changes for the track 2 call. There will be a single umbrella call, which will comprise 3 different topics. So both prevention, preparedness, and exercises. You might recall that those themes were separate calls for proposals and separate programs in the past. but now we will have a single call document and a single application period. So it's also a bit broader than what we do with our work on technical capacity building under with the civil protection authorities of the participating state, because under the cross-border grants, also countries to the east and the south of the European Union can participate, even if they are not participating state in the Union civil protection mechanism. And there's also a considerably higher budget of about 15 million euros with a co-financing rate of 85%. So within there, prevention counts for 7 million, and the maximum size of the EU contribution is 1 million euros per project. And they will also those cross-border calls for proposals will also be launched in February 2023. And then the idea here is also to align the priorities with the disaster resilience goals and with the European Wildfire Action Plan, while still making room for other type of projects. So this is how the next few months looks for the Commission, and yes, we are looking forward to learn more about the BORIS project, and also to look forward to continue the cooperation with the partners that we have worked with in the BORIS project, also within future project activities. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agard. I now leave the floor to our friends from the Italian Department of Civil Protection. And if we respect the agenda and the schedule, Daniela Di Bucci will speak first. Yes, Daniela is here. And then Elena Speranza.
No, infatti, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you all of you for your kind invitation. Good afternoon. I'm going to present you the role of the Italian Civil Protection within the research projects on disaster risk reduction founded by the European Commission. Just to give you a general idea concerning the relationship between science and decision making, there are in many European countries committees and expert groups that collaborate within the national civil protection authorities. And also outside Europe, we have advisory councils, committees, national academies, and scientific advisors. For instance, in other countries like in the United States, we have formal agreement for cooperation and coordination between FEMA and USGS. Or in the case of New Zealand, the relationship is openly acknowledged. For instance, they work together to produce the guide to the National Civil Defense Emergency Management Plan. In a country like Spain, in some cases, the collaboration is behind the writing of governmental documents. And in some cases, as in Chile, the scientific community provides support to civil protection in training operations. Following a European perspective, we have to say that the most important regulation about civil protection, that is the decision 1313 of 2013, talks about an important network, that is the Union Civil Protection Knowledge Network, that is relevant which is a network of relevant civil protection disaster management actors and institutions, so like civil protection national authorities. But the network includes also centers of excellence, universities, and researchers. So the regulation, the European regulation, states the importance of the relationship between civil protection and the scientific community. And the amendments that follow this law further strengthen the knowledge network. And we can say, in summary, that Europeans make a huge efforts to build this knowledge network involving all the different stakeholders. And we have here today an important example of this collaboration. Moving to the national level, in Italy, the civil protection is a service that is something more than an institution, than an administration, because it is a system that is multi-level with responsibilities in a wide range of fields of the entire risk cycle. It is coordinated by the Civil Protection Department, that's my administration, and is currently ruled by a legislative decree that is known as Civil Protection Code. Who are the subjects that make up the system? We have components, that's the state, regions, provinces, and local authorities. We have operational structures like firefighters, volunteers that are most important in Italy, and a list of contributing subjects such as professional orders, public and private companies, and the citizen, most of all, that may contribute to civil protection. In this context, the scientific community is, by law, part of the operational structure. So the civil protection system includes inside, by law, the scientific community. Civil protection risks in Italy are a long list, you can see here: seismic, volcanic, and so on, hydraulic, hydrogeological, forest fires. These are specific civil protection risks in which civil protection system directly takes actions. But there are many other risks, chemical, nuclear, and so on, in which there are other bodies that are responsible for, but in which civil protection intervenes in case of emergency. And I want to underline health. That's the reason why we had a lot of activities in these years related to the COVID emergency. Sorry?
Yeah. No, it's not.
Okay, thank you. Disaster risk reduction related to civil protection risk has two main actors that are the technical decision makers and scientists that work together, as we have seen. And above them, we have the political decision makers who represent the political willingness and support these activities according to their electorate mandate. The technical decision makers manage the entire risk cycle, and the scientific community provides any kind of information and advice as a qualified support for sound decision making. And the importance and the role of both is reciprocally acknowledged, although it's not too easy to implement the related interplay. In Italy, this collaboration is a long-lasting collaboration. It dates back to the 1976 after the Friuli earthquake. The first formal relationship was in the law 225 issued in 1992, in which scientific bodies and research institutions were included among the operational structures of the National Service of Sea Protection, and the Major Risk Commission, so a scientific advice commission, was established for the first time. The current law includes several articles that deal with the scientific community. This is because we acknowledge the important role of the scientific community in our activities, and we need to better regulate this role because the question of responsibilities is increasingly emerging. The role that is played by the law in this activity is not only formal because it practically shapes the collaboration between scientists and civil protection decision makers. And the activities are organized, as I will show, within the law. So we have the routine operational activities, monitoring, surveillance, management and risk forecast and prevention, and so on. We have experimental activities that are preparatory to the routine activities, and we have targeted research, which prepares the development of products toward the other two levels. So the activities flows, as you can see, from targeted research toward experimental activities and testing, and then to routine and operational activities. All of this information and knowledge flows into the collaboration that we have to prepare technical regulations. The contribution of science to civil protection may be represented by many kinds of interaction. We have permanent activities, finalized research. All of these activities are in Italy are carried out by the competence centers, of which CE3R that is present now is a consortium. But about competence centers, Elena Speranza will talk after me more widely. We have permanent commissions such as the Major Risk Commission and Commission on specific subjects, research funded by other subjects, and general research. BORIS is here, is among the research funded by other subjects, in this case by European Commission. And how the civil protection in Italy participate in the European projects. We have different ways of participation. In research, specifically research projects such as now the Horizon Europe and before the 2020, the FP7 before, we participated with support letters. We were part of advisory boards. We were part of stakeholders groups, of end users groups, and in very lately also we participated in as associate partners. Whereas in the calls managed by the civil protection mechanism, we also participate in as partners, in some cases as coordinators. We have to say that we pay special attention to the project where our competence centers are involved, as in the case of BORIS. And we always prefer to work and to be involved in projects where we can contribute since the beginning of the preparation of the proposal during the call, if possible. Some example of projects in the past within the Horizon framework. We mentioned Razor, Shear, Builders, and Espresso. Core is ongoing now. The others have been concluded. And within the mechanism call, we mentioned Aristotle, in which we are involved as an advisory board, a roadmap in which we are partners. BORIS, we are today for this. And just to mention the next project's roadmap 2, in which as civil protection, we are coordinators. And this is the project that is following roadmap, and it will start in next January. So to conclude, for us, the scientific community is formally and substantially part of the civil protection system. The scientific participation and contribution of the scientific community to the system in Italy is regulated by law, and this makes roles and responsibilities clear. We encourage the cross-fertilization between STEM disciplines, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and social sciences that are becoming more and more important in these days. For instance, behavioral science and psychology and so on. And finally, we have to say that the Italian Civil Protection Department fosters and supports, as you can see today, the participation of its scientific community in calls of interest to civil protection. And in some cases, we participate as partners. So with this last point, I concluded my presentation, and I thank you for your kind attention very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniela. Now it's your turn, Elena Speranza, Dr. Elena Speranza, always from the Italian Department of Civil Protection.
One that we see in these images. More specifically, the BORIS project focuses on flood and earthquakes, these two natural hazards that pose, as we know, serious threats to our countries. For all these hazards, the Civil Protection Department and more in general, the National Service for Civil Protection are called every day to take crucial decisions for the protection of citizens' lives, goods, economical assets, and in general for the country. Civil protection of simplification hypothesis that can support the necessary choices. For all these reasons, it's very important that decisions must be taken on the best science and the best knowledge in order to combine, on the one hand, the operational capacity, and on the other hand, the scientific knowledge that is provided by the scientific community through the competence center. As Daniela said before, just before me, the relationship between the Civil Protection Department and the scientific community go back in the history, and just since 2004, the relationship was established, let's say, and since then, the competence center have been playing a primary role. Competence center actually can be mainly university and the research institute, but not only. If we look at the left side of this slide, we can also see that Air Force is included in the competence centers, are in general institutions that are required to provide information, data, elaboration, and in general scientific contribution for specific topics, and also to share practice in the field of the risk assessment and management. On the left side, we have a list of the competence center of the Civil Protection Department dealing with the hydraulical and hydrogeological sector, while on the right side, we have those working in the field of the seismic sector. Through the Competence Center, the Italian Civil Protection Department grants studies and applied research, finalized purposes to civil protection needs. And the support to the decision maker is mainly addressed to three basic tasks, let's say, for simplification's reason, of course: the risk mitigation strategies, the emergency planning, and the decision taking after an event, in this case. And these actions take place along the risk management cycle, of course, in different moments of the risk management cycle. Some of them take place in the prevention phase, some other in the preparedness phase, and the decision taking in all the phases, but more in particular in the response phase. Risk mitigation strategies are basically based on the comparison of losses expected for a given hazard in different areas or for a different element at risk. In other words, it means to find out intervention priority on the territory. And usually risk maps are the tools that are best used for this kind of purpose. To make an example, for the seismic risk, since 2010, regional seismic indicators developed by competence centers working in the seismic sector, Lewis and New Center, developed and based on probabilistic approach, developed specific risk maps indicators that have been used for the allocation of annual resources for the National Seismic Prevention Plan. These maps are usually carried out at a national or even regional level. Similarly, for the flood risk management plan basically is purposed to find out necessary measures on the territory for their prioritization in compliance with the Flood Directive 2007. Going back to seismic risk again, in 2018, the Civil Protection Department, with the support of the competence centers Lewis and New Center, updated the seismic risk estimate at a national level and for the residential asset based on a probabilistic approach as part of the national risk assessment for the EU. And in that occasion, 6 different different research units collaborated and provided different fragility models and whose risk maps were combined into a platform, IRMA, Italian Risk Maps, developed by Eucentra. Risk maps have been developed for temporal frames of 1 year and 15 years for different indicators that we see in this slide. And an update, further update of risk maps have been recently done in 2022 by Reluis project Mars 2. Competent centers working in the field of the seismic risk, of course, are working on further seismic risk assets besides the residential ones. So they are working on school buildings risk maps, hospital, churches, infrastructure, industrial building, and some others, in order to have a comprehensive risk assessment, also in economical terms, and according to a shared methodology. For this assets, specific IT platforms are being developed by Eucentra Center of Competence within the IRMA, that is Italia Risk Maps, as I said before. That is a huge platform containing different tools. Besides, there is the DADO platform that is particularly useful for the risk map purposes because it contains several databases concerning post-earthquake damage data that are particularly useful for calibrating and supporting risk map assessment. On the other side, emergency planning and decision taking are mostly based on damage scenarios that are used basically to define potential losses expected on the territory for tailoring preparedness measures. Or conversely, after a seismic event, damage scenario are also used for an early estimation of the impact on the territory, of course, before information come from the territory itself, in terms of losses, and also to allow the best decision in terms of response. Similarly, for weather, hydrological and hydraulic events, damage scenarios are also used together with some other tools such as forecasting and nowcasting tools in order to release, if necessary, weather warnings on the territory. Of course, these three tasks take place in different terms of the risk management cycle. The first ones are long-term decision, and the other two take place in the response phase. Just few conclusions very quick concerning the BORIS project interest from the civil protection side, of course. First of all, it's quite important that because its preliminary result could effectively support the risk mitigation strategies in cross-border regions. That's the first important possible results. Secondly, the development of a harmonized multi-risk assessment model for risk border regions is also particularly important because, of course, natural hazard has no political border. And third point is the attention to stakeholders that has been shown. That is particularly important because there is a specific interest in the civil protection needs. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elena.
Recording in progress.
Thank you very much, Elena. Now is the time for the presentation by people of BORIS Consortium. And then we will start with Professor Andrea Prota, who has been the project leader of BORIS.
Good afternoon again. Sono rimbomba. Okay, we have started the recording, so we assume that this is okay for everyone.
Okay.
Ok. Bisogna avere questo.
Sento l'eco.
Infatti.
Secondo me c'è il microfono acceso qua. No, no.
Just 1 second, we have a small technical issue.
Can you hear correctly or?
Yeah.
Recording stopped.
Okay, fine. I guess you can start now.
Okay. Okay, we start. We will fix. But this is a problem. It's a problem. So my presentation will be an overview on the BORIS project, and during my presentation I will indicate the reference to the following presentations where the topics will be analyzed more in details. This is a challenge because this echo is not. Ok. Si sente da qua fuori. Si sente quando io parlo, si sente qua.
Perché si
prima non lo facevo. Ok, perfect. Thank you. So some information that we all know about the consortium. We ran this project by coordination of the CI3R, the Italian Center on Research on Reduction of Risks, which, as we know, is a consortium of 8 centers of competence of the Italian civil protection. As I mentioned to Dr. Haggard this morning, we started this project, only 3 of us, because at that time we just had the first composition of partners. Then the other 5 centers of competence joined CI3R a few months later. And we had the pleasure to coordinate this project that we ran together with colleagues from 4 additional countries, particularly University of Ljubljana, the DCNA, Disaster Competence Network of Austria, AFAD from Turkey, and the University of Montenegro, Podgorica. So we were totally 5 countries. It has been already mentioned the fact that we analyzed the multi-risk project, and we developed the multi-risk methodologies looking mainly at 2 main hazards, earthquake and flood. Basically, the objective was to improve knowledge and preparedness on about 2 lines. First one, improving the capacity to perform cross-border risk assessment. So in this case, we had cross borders, but also multi-risk, and also trying to make available joint sharing tools. So sharing methodology and tools that could be used across borders. And this corresponded to the outcomes of the project. So in the one was the shared methodology for single and multi-risk assessment in cross-border regions. The other one was the platform that will be presented later. The platform is the tool on which we try to represent the joint data and information. This is a slide showing the conceptual organization of the project. Of course, we had work package 1 on the management of the project, but in addition to that, we had 4 main work packages. One, the work package 2, was on the analysis of the context and needs assessment. So this was for us necessary to discuss together and try to understand the starting context and also assess the needs that came out from the comparison among different partners. The work package 3 was devoted to the development of this platform. The work package 4 was about the shared methodology for the cross-border multi-risk assessment. And here you will see also in the presentation after me, we worked on the seismic risk, on the flood risk, and then we tried also to combine to account for the multi-risk. And all this methodology was tested on pilot application in sites that were cross-border, and you will see this later. About the work package 2, basically, we made an analysis and comparison of the national risk assessment. Again, we examined the data available and assessed the needs. And based on this, we defined which were the research need for cross-border assessment. You will see on the slide the 2 deliverables that were prepared on this topic. Basically, this activity was very interesting because we observed differences in the approach. Basically, in some cases, in some countries, they use a scenario-based, in other probabilistic-based approach, and this is basically for earthquakes. In the case of floods, we highlighted the difference in the reference return periods. In general, the data set available were different, and also the spatial resolutions were different. So when you compare 2 areas across the border, you have different definition of the large scale portion that is examined. And finally, with respect to earthquakes, we also noticed the different vulnerability models. So all these point out the need to harmonize models and also data type. And on these, in particular on the data availability, there will be the presentation from colleagues from Austria. Susanna Wernert was supposed to be here today, but she had a personal last minute problem. So I think someone, yes, will be Christian Resch will take over and give the presentation. About work page 4, we performed the shared methodology, developed the shared methodology for seismic and flood, and also for multi-risk, and then also made available tools for the computation of seismic, flood, and multi-risk assessment. So we can say that one of the main accomplishments of BORIS was a first harmonized approach, which honestly it seemed not easy to reach at the beginning of the project where we started to discuss. We can say now that we reached the end of the project with the availability of a seismic risk assessment and the flood risk on the transboundary regions, and also on a multi-risk evaluation. You see on the box, in the boxes, the names of colleagues that we will present after me, and we discuss in details the part on seismic risk, Anze Babic, the part on flood risk, Daria Ottonelli and Nicola Rebora, and the part on multi-risk will be presented by Maria Polese. As we know, Elena was saying that we paid great attention to the stakeholders. Of course, for stakeholders and users, we know that the web platform is the venue where information can be found and read and collected. So we devoted much attention to the definition of this web platform, which I want to clarify is a web platform where we represent the data. So we are not using this platform to make the calculation. It's only for now a place where you can find and visualize the results. In order to develop the platform, it was necessary to define the end user requirements. We needed to define the architecture of this platform. And finally, as you can see, the platform has been developed. The details were provided in two deliverables. You see the covers in this slide. And the platform will be then presented in detail by Barbara Borzi after me. And finally, some words about the pilot applications that were done on the cross borders, Italy and Slovenia for the part on the multi-risk assessment, mainly the earthquake, whereas for the Austria-Slovenia border, for the where we have mainly flood risk. But you see here in the boxes some representation of the results. You can see that we derived this assessment, and this is a result surely significant. Of course, the pilot application allowed us to understand the applicability of the methodology and to finalize some harmonized final details among the different methodologies. We think that these can be exported to other regions, and Serdar Ostojic will make a presentation about this. We, of course, needed to disseminate the results. We did this by means of the website in general and the development of newsletters that were declared in the project. We tried to disseminate the results of the project a long time on LinkedIn, as you see on the slide, and also we posted the videos on the website, but also on the knowledge network in order to reach as much as possible the stakeholder and in general interested people. We had occasions to meet and discuss workshops. One was held in Austria in June 2022, and the other one in Slovenia. As I said, we were able to make physical meetings just in the last months of the project for the reasons that we know. At the end of this year, we had two interesting trainings. One, it was done in Austria last month, and the other one at the beginning of December, a few days ago, in Italy, in Friuli. We also disseminated the development of this project in two conferences. One, IAHR in Spain in July, and the other one in Italy, ANEDIS conference last September. For any additional details, please check out the website of the project, borisproject.eu, where we will update also the latest findings and products of this project. With this, I end my presentation. I think before starting with the specific presentation, please let me thank all participants in terms of partners, but people also. I think that in order to reach these results, it was crucial that also the personal relationships between us were very good, and I'm very satisfied and honored for having coordinating to me a successful project. Thank you.
there is still a presentation from CI3R, and I leave the floor to Professor Maria Polese, that has been participating to the project as CI3R, and she's from University of Naples, Federico II. Please, Maria. Just a sec. We are 10 minutes behind schedule, so I just ask to the presenters whether they can stick to the time that...
Sure. Thank you, Barbara. And thanks again for the other presentation from previous speakers and for their insightful considerations about the role of these projects and the usefulness for civil protection and stakeholders in general. So I will talk about the methodology for multi-risk assessment that we developed within the BORIS project. First of all, why multi-risk? Of course, it is important in order to allow to have informed decisions on priorities for risk management, for the spatial planning and risk communication. So in general, it is important to consider all hazards and know the risks that are relevant in an area under investigation. Of course, multi-risk analysis can be performed at different level of complexity, starting from considering the different risks in an area. But of course, when more than one hazard threatens an area, and if no interaction between the hazard is considered, we refer to the so-called multi-layer single hazard or risk analysis. When the hazard interaction is considered, we refer to multi-hazard. And finally, we can arrive to the more complex and comprehensive assessment, also considering interaction at the level of vulnerability or even cascading events. Of course, when we need to understand the relative importance of risk in a region also for purpose of planning, maybe it could be too complicated to consider the whole framework. And it is suggested even to refer to multi-layer single hazard or single risk assessment. So that was the approach that was followed in BORIS. And as I said, interactions between the hazard were not considered. But of course, it is important to adopt a harmonized and standardized assessment procedure. There are different standardization schemes that can be adopted, and in particular, we can refer to risk matrix, and where the different risk may be ranked within a matrix approach, although this very intuitively and straightforward tool to communicate multi-risk is often criticized also because a certain arbitrarity and subjectivity in the assignment of the threshold of likelihood levels for the different hazards, or the level of impact, or even the color code assigning a severity of risk might be biased, may give a biased impression of the risk. Another approach are risk indices that might be very useful, especially for comparing different communities, although maybe they're more appropriate when different dimensions of risk need to be considered, for example, social vulnerability. And probably the most appropriate approach for multi-layer risk assessment, single hazard risk assessment, are the so-called risk curves that allow quantitative assessment of comparing of the different risks. So here we see an example of risk curves that they effectively allow the quantitative evaluation in a multi-layer single hazard approach. And because they consider the different return period for the different hazards, they allowed effectively to perform a full time-based assessment and not only to refer to a single scenario. Here we see the example of the risk curves where on an axis, the annual probability of exceedance of a single risks are represented. And so the different return periods basically. And on the other axis, the corresponding impact measure. For example, here we have the direct economic losses evaluated for each of the hazards. We refer, as it was mentioned, to earthquake and flood hazard. And it is also interesting to have the possibility to compare the effect of each single hazard referring to different return periods. So in this slide, we see the comparison of a return period of 100 years and a higher return period. And it is also interesting to observe that, of course, because the hazards are very much different phenomena with different effect, the comparison at different return periods may yield different results in terms of the impact. This is also why it is important to have a full time-based assessment and not only maybe a single scenario assessment, because it could happen that the comparison for a single return period may yield very different results, while considering the integral assessment for the whole risk curves allow to have a more comprehensive assessment of the risk. So in such example, if we refer to direct economic losses, the area under the frequently lost curve represent all the possible losses that are associated to different annual frequencies. That is the mean expected annual loss. That is the measure that effectively we adopted within BORIS to measure the multi-risk. And it is very useful because it allows to have a direct comparison of the total losses expected for one risk with respect to the other and to perform the ranking in a probabilistic term. So having chosen the risk curves to perform the multi-risk analysis in a multi-layer single risk framework, it is important to establish the same boundary conditions, for example, the same time frame, the same metric for a risk assessment. In this figure, we see the methodology that we adopted within the BORIS project. And in particular, in the top part of the figure, the boundary conditions are assumed. So it is important to define the area of study with the spatial scale of analysis, actually the spatial scale of assessment of multi-risk, the time frame of analysis, and the metric. Concerning the spatial scale, here we see an example of the study area that was chosen for the first pilot. Of course, we can, the different risk, the different hazard, the optimal scale of analysis may differ. For example, for flood risk, it could be better to refer to the footprint of buildings to perform flood risk analysis, while for earthquakes, we can have a larger scale. But of course, the final result can be aggregated to the same spatial unit of analysis. And we decided, therefore, to refer to municipality scale in order to have comparable results. And for the metric, different metrics can be adopted, but even because the hazards are so different, even in the consequences, we decided to concentrate only on economic losses that can be more directly compared. Here we see an example of the formulation to compute direct economic losses for the two hazards. In appearance, these formulations are different, but if we look at the single terms, they represent actually the same quantity. So the unit reconstruction cost, or the area impacted for the buildings, or even the probability of attaining certain damage level, or for the case of flood, so the percentage damage. Finally, and then we have to choose the study area and to represent the hazard curves for the different hazard impacting the area. This will be discussed in following presentation. And as it was mentioned, we refer only to residential buildings for the assessment, even if there are, of course, other assets that can be interested by the risk assessment. And the representation of results. This representation can be usefully shown in terms of risk maps referring to the municipalities, and so color-coded maps, and also the comparison of risk curves for each municipality. We see here some examples, and for example, we have the risk map referred to the single to the single hazard on the left for earthquakes and on the right for flood. And then by summing such risk maps, we can obtain the total results at the level of each municipality, given the expected annual loss. Another approach can be, for example, to have the losses per square meter. That is a dimensional measure, but it can be more effective to represent the expected loss, or to have a direct comparison showing the ratio of expected annual loss between flood and the earthquake. So the color code indicates, for example, when it is close to blue, the losses due to floods are higher with respect to the earthquakes and vice versa. This is the last slide. As I mentioned, for each municipality, it is possible to have a direct comparison of the risk curves for flood or for earthquakes. These are just some examples showing how the situation can vary for the different municipalities. And that was it. I hope to be concluded in time. Okay, thanks.
Yes, Maria, thank you very much. This was perfect. Now I will introduce Dr. Christian Resch from DCNA. You're definitely not Susanna, aren't you?
Okay, this is fine. Grazie, Barbara. Thank you for your introduction. I will just give an overview on the results for the conduction of the data collection in transboundary regions in order to compare hazards and derive the respective risk that data is crucial. I think is shown by that very obvious knowledge pyramid. We identified certain barriers in that context, which are, despite, especially for the flood, existing EU regulations, there are still national approaches that we are facing as a barrier in terms of risk assessment. The provision of legal frameworks, the data sharing, available IT infrastructure, is different in certain regions, as well as the cooperation of the different thematic experts that are working on similar risks and the availability of data. So these are kind of barriers that we, when we now look back to the BORIS project, were also enabled, in fact, by the collaboration within the project. How was the initial situation when we started? It has already been mentioned. The national risk assessments are mainly based on deterministic scenario-based risk assessments. Time-based risk assessments, for example, would be an option for unbiased multi-risk assessments in the future. I talked already about the barriers on data availability. Maria also already introduced that, in fact, with the team, we agreed to use municipality level data and focus on residential buildings and populations as assets at risk. Also, certain limitations we had in terms of the data protection regulations that we were facing as well. This inhomogeneity of data among the different countries we were addressing, we identified actually 3 strategies how to encounter that, which is starting with the first step to identify harmonized classes and categories between the countries. The next step to conduct a baseline assessment on available data sets at the global and European level to be used. And afterwards to conduct a detailed assessment and the integration of the added value of local knowledge and data that is available, which allows an increase in detail as well as accuracy. Here, for example, on the data for seismic risk, the availability of the different data sources showed us, of course, different advantages as well as disadvantages in terms of where we collect the different data sets. So assets at risks, for example, here with building stock, you can see the building typologies that have been identified based on, for example, construction material, the age of construction and the number of floors. And that is how we were, in fact, considering and deriving the relevant age ranges in order to compare it with the 3 countries addressed in Italy, Austria, and Slovenia. A few caveats here. The example from Austria, where it's since 2011 only obligatory to give information on the building material. So in fact, up to 80% of the buildings within the pilot municipalities, we were not able to collect the respective or relevant data that was needed. So what was our approach in that sense to fill that gap on material data? So we started with expert interviews at a certain levels, from local up to federal and national level, where we could collect or where the different data sets are available, as well as insurance sector we were addressing in that sense. And then we combined it with the statistical data in order to have a validation step. In terms of building stocks, you now see just 2 slides on the results. In terms of the assets at risk, you see here on the construction material, the age of construction, and the number of floors for seismic risk, as well as the population living in the defined building typologies. For flood risk, the assets at risk, and the population and building stock, we started collecting statistical data, available exposure models, global data sets on population distribution, with settlement identification, land use, and land cover information, as well as the building footprints. A downscaling methodology to implement the global information on the building footprints was considered, and the main elements for exposure characterization was the population and the building stock. To conclude on the data collection, we identified also future needs, which is a standardized and availability of open data. We figured also during the project lifetime that this is now also, especially for Austria, something where the scientific community is aiming for data to be used also for that purpose. More data about other assets at risks. So as we were focusing mainly residual buildings and population at risk. So it should be also included all buildings, critical infrastructure as well. Then the development of European and global exposure data sets, dynamic data sets, and keeping the values up to date. Standards to be built, to build exposure database in transboundary regions. We were already considering and reaching out also to the Joint Research Center that has developed the Risk Data Hub, for example. Hazard model specificality for risk border areas and region-specific effects, and region-specific vulnerability models to harmonize the European methodology for vulnerability assessment. So these were in fact the future needs we identified, and I hope with this I could also make up a bit of our time, and thank you for your attention. And also allow me to thank the whole, as one of the partners now speaking here, also thank the whole project team for a great collaboration over the past few months. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christian. Is now the term of the partner from Slovenia, who has the luck of having been involved in both the pilot area, because you have cross-border with us and also cross-border with Austria. And I leave the floor to Anže Babik from the University of Ljubljana.
Barbara, before Anže, I will give you the floor. Please let me underline that we had the presentation from Christian. We need to recognize that we were somehow resilient as a project, because as I mentioned before, to our project officer, we had a problem with another partner from Austria, and thanks to Chris and his team, they entered in the project just ongoing, but finally we became a team. So special thanks to you and Susanna and the others. Please, Hans.
Thank you. So hello, everyone. In this presentation, I'm going to present the seismic risk assessment, the methodology for seismic risk assessment in the transboundary regions developed in the BORIS project. I'm going to focus on the application of the methodology to the cross-border region between Italy and Slovenia. And I'm going to present some main results in that pilot region. The work that I'm going to present was done by the project partners included in work packages 4 and 5. So BORIS methodology for assessing seismic risk was based on the time-based risk assessment. This type of risk assessment considers all possible earthquake scenarios, so it's not related to just one return period, but considers all relevant source locations, all relevant magnitudes, and it also includes different sources of uncertainties and randomness. And the result of such risk assessment are the consequences that are basically average consequences in a given time frame. For example, we can be talking about average losses per 1 year or 50-year basis. So to conduct such a risk assessment, what we need is essentially 4 different models, namely the exposure model, which tells us what are the assets at risk and what are their characteristics. The hazard model, which tells us how frequent are earthquakes with different given seismic intensities. And we have the vulnerability model, which tells us what's the probability of assets reaching the designated damage states given the seismic intensity. And the consequence model, which tells us what are the consequences of the designated damage states. So these 4 models are often already available at the national level, but when we're dealing with transboundary regions, cross-border harmonization is often needed. In the following slides, I'm going to go from one model to another and discuss the efforts that we had to make in harmonizing them. So first we have the exposure model. So as the assets at risk, we considered residential buildings and population. The characteristics that we use to define these assets can be divided into 2 different groups. The first one includes the number of residential buildings and population and the floor area of the buildings. These parameters affect the consequences of the earthquakes. And in the second group, we have the parameters that serve us to define building classes, which are later used as a basis for a vulnerability assessment. These parameters include the material of the load-bearing structure, the number of stories, and period of construction. So in defining the exposure model, we were faced with some challenges. One of them was the definition of the building classes. So we found that the building classification in different countries differ. And for example, if we look at the building classification in Italy and Slovenia, we can see that the classification criteria for material and number of stories is quite similar, but there are some differences in the period classification. So in this case, what we did is we applied the criteria used in Slovenia for all municipalities in the cross-border region. Another challenge that we had was to define the spatial scale. We saw that data resolution in Slovenia and Italy is different. In Slovenia, the data is available building per building, whereas in Italy, municipality level data is available. So what we did in this case, we used the lowest common denominator, which means that we applied municipality spatial scale in all the municipalities. This means that we prepared the input data at the municipality spatial scale and we got the results at that spatial scale. Okay, so moving on to the hazard model. The hazard model constitutes a set of hazard curves where a different hazard curve is defined for each municipality. A hazard curve seen on the slide here basically connects the yearly probability of exceedance to the PGA, which was selected as the intensity measure. And we can see that the entire range of PGAs that can have an effect on the risk are included in the hazard curve. The basis to define the hazard curves were PGA maps for various return periods, complemented by VS30 maps, which were used to model the local soil effects. So the challenge that we have here was mainly connected with discrepancies at the national hazard models at country borders. So we saw that different national hazard models use different assumptions and sometimes use different input data, which results in different values at the country borders, which of course are physically nonsensical. So what we did here is we used a hazard model defined for a wider area, which doesn't care about the country borders. Namely, we use the European Seismic Hazard Model 2020. Okay, so the next model that we have is the vulnerability model, which comprised of several sets of fragility curves. The curves were defined at the level of typological building classes based on the PGA, which is consistent with the hazard model. Moreover, we considered the EMS 98 damage scale, consisting of 6 damage states, including the no damage state. And here on the right, we can see an example of a set of fragility curves for one building class. So this is for pre-coat, low-rise reinforced concrete buildings. And we can see that there are 5 different curves, which basically separate the 6 damage states. The challenge that we had here were the differences in national vulnerability models. So fragility curves defined in Italy were not the same as those defined in Slovenia. For example, here we can see the differences between the curves for one building class with continuous lines. I showed the Italian curves, and with the dashed lines, the Slovenian curves. So to solve this issue, we proposed a so-called heuristic approach for cross-border harmonization of fragility curves that I'm going to explain into a bit more detail on the following slide. So the proposed approach basically has as its goal to derive fragility curves for the 2 sub-areas in the transboundary region, so for Slovenian and Italian sub-area. And I'd like to emphasize here that the starting point for the approach are fragility curves developed at the national level. So they are not defined for these 2 sub-areas specifically, but for Slovenia as a whole and for Italy as a whole. So when we want to take the starting fragility curves and combine them, we propose the following 2 equations. On the left side, we have the vulnerability models for the 2 sub-areas, so for the Italian and Slovenian sub-area. And on the right side, we have the vulnerability model defined for Italy as a whole and for Slovenia as a whole. And these 2 models are combined using 4 different weights. So essentially, we have a kind of a weighted average. So the question then becomes, how do we define these 4 weights? And we propose to define them based on 2 different comparisons. One comparison was based on the methodologies. So essentially, we said if one methodology is superior, then the model obtained with that methodology will get a higher weight. So in the BORIS project, we considered that 2 methodologies are equally accurate. So we didn't change the weights based on the methodologies. And then the second comparison was for the typologies, where we estimated typological similarities between buildings in different geographical units. So this means that when we were estimating the model for Italian sub-area, we compared the buildings in that area to the buildings in Italy as a whole and to the buildings in Slovenia as a whole. And then we did the same for the buildings in the Slovenian sub-area. So the way that we estimated the typological similarities is that we defined and compared so-called vulnerability factors, which are essentially characteristics of buildings that affect seismic vulnerability, but are not yet considered in building classification. In the case of masonry buildings, one example of vulnerability factor is the type of masonry. So the type of masonry definitely affects the seismic vulnerability, but it's not included in the classification of buildings. In the case of reinforced concrete buildings, the type of the load-bearing system is also one vulnerability factor. So it can reinforced concrete building can be a frame building, dual building, wall building, and this affects the seismic vulnerability, but this parameter is not included in the building classification. So by comparing these parameters, we basically estimate we identify the country that includes buildings that are most similar to the sub area that we are investigating. Okay, so to continue with the next model, we go to the consequence model, which comprised of several damage to impact functions, where each such function relates to one risk indicator. We considered several risk indicators: number of fatalities, number of injured people, number of long-term and short-term unusable buildings, and monetary losses. And to give you an idea of how these functions are formulated, here's an example of the one used for estimating number of short-term unusable buildings. So on the left side, we have the number of such buildings, and on the right side, we have a sum of contributions from all damage states that contribute to such losses. And each summand in this sum is basically a product of the number of buildings in a damage state and the percentage of buildings that are short-term unusable given that damage state. So when inspecting the consequence functions, we found that they do not differ significantly when we go from one country to another, which made the harmonization in this case quite straightforward. Okay, so these were just the overview of the models, and now when we obtain them, what we do is we combine them in something called the risk integral, which has as its result the average consequences per some time frame. For example, in the BORIS project, we use the time frame of 1 year and 50 years. And such a result is useful for the evaluation of seismic risk in one municipality or the whole cross-border region, but it can also be used in comparison or ranking with other risks, as already mentioned in the previous presentation. Okay, so at the end, I'd like to show some results. So these are just the main results of the seismic assessment, of the seismic risk assessment. There's of course more results that I'm not showing here. First, I'd like to focus on the expected number of fatalities in the next 50 years. We can see that the number of fatalities varies significantly from one municipality to another, which is, of course, because of different number of population in those municipalities. The higher losses are expected in the municipalities of Gorizia and Nova Gorica, which are the largest municipalities. In total, we expect 29 fatalities in the next 50 years due to earthquakes on the Italian side and 17 on Slovenian side. Moving on to the next risk indicator, the number of unusable residential buildings, which includes short-term unusable buildings, long-term unusable buildings, and also the buildings that are expected to collapse and will have to be replaced. Again, we can see large variation from municipality to municipality. In total, we expect about 1,500 buildings to be unusable in the next 50 years due to earthquakes. This number amounts to about 650 in Slovenia and altogether to about 2,200. And the last risk indicator that I'd like to focus on are the expected economic losses in 50 years. And I'd like to emphasize that this relates only to residential buildings. Again, we can see the variation between municipalities. In Gorizia and Gorica, the losses are the largest. They amount to from 40 to 50 million euros. Altogether in Italy, the expected losses in the next 50 years are about 150 million euros. In Slovenia, about 90 million euros. Altogether, about 240 million euros. And these results can also be represented in a bit different way by normalizing them by the municipality floor area, which helps us to understand which municipalities are actually most at risk. And here we can see lower variation between the municipalities as expected. And we can see that the municipalities with the highest losses normalized to the floor area are now basically smaller municipalities, not the largest ones anymore. On the Italian side, the average of the floor area normalized losses amounts to about 30 euros in the next 50 years, while in Slovenia, the average losses are about 26 euros per square meter. So this brings me to the end of my presentation. Just to sum up, we applied time-based risk assessment, in which we used existing models and we harmonized those models across borders. We hope that the results can facilitate the decision-making for development of risk mitigation measures, mostly aimed at the prevention side of the risk mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ange. And now, last presentation of this section is from our colleague from CIMA Foundation, who participated under the umbrella of CI3R. First one, Nicola, and then Daria Ottonelli will have the floor. Please, Nicola.
Okay, thank you very much. We start now discussing the other side of the risk we face in this transboundary region. There is the flood risk assessment we perform. And I will start with specifying and discussing what we have done for concerning the definition of the hazard maps, while Daria she will focus more on exposure and vulnerability, and then the risk definition. So first of all, these are the two regions, but already described before. So these two transboundary regions that were defined by the presence of transboundary rivers, the Isonzo River and the Mura River. So let's say in this case, floods. Let's say that the flood risk was the one on which we build up the pilot area, because it is the one that is leading the area to focus on. But starting from our work, we decided to start from maps and the studies developed for the EU Floods Directive. This because this approach will ensure transferability of results in other cross-boundary regions. So that's why we decide this maybe a bit simplistic approach, in the sense that the maps provided by the different member states are not, let's say, may not have the best quality in terms of hazard evaluation, but they are available all over Europe. And so for us was important to define a methodology that can be easily applied in other countries. So, but for doing that, we had to face two problems. The first one is related to the availability of maps. They usually are easily available, just a flood extension map, but we needed at least the water depth associated to the flood extension, and maybe also the flood velocity. But we focus on the flood depth. So the first problem was adding to the flood extension map flood depth, and we follow an approach. We applied FW depth model that is based on flood extension map and the digital terrain model available, to add, let's say, quite rough but reliable maps that can describe which is the flood level associated to the flood area map we have. And in this case, we had flood depth to both the Isonzo River and the Mura River in the two pilot regions. But then once we solve the problem 1, then there is the problem 2. The maps available for the floods directive are usually maps available for 3 return period, defined as high, medium, and low probability, that have different definition in different countries, and are just 3 maps. So we needed to increase the number of maps and have a match between the different return period we are using from on the 2 sides of the areas. We applied, let's say, an algorithm that I just depict here, but I will not go into detail. But at the end, we have the starting from, let's say, in this case, in the Mura River, 10 years return period, 100 years return period. We can, let me say, interpolate. Let's use this term. It's not so easy, but the idea, in order to obtain flood hazard maps with flood extension and flood depth for, let's say, a seamless number of return periods between the one available from the EU floods directive. And once we have these two, so in this picture, you can see the process we use for harmonizing floods directive, because at the end, along the boundaries between Italy and Slovenia, or Slovenia and Austria, we should have flood hazard maps with the same extension and the same depth in order to apply properly the further evaluation about exposed element and risk. And these are the final results from so in the 2 pilot area, we had, let's say, a continuous, we may have each 5 years, 1 flood hazard maps from 20 to 300 years return period. We just use and some of them, but in principle, we can extend this methodology for covering all these 2 the whole period. And then let's say this is for the first one is for the Donso, this one is for the Mura River. So basically, what we propose here is starting from the maps, the EU floods directive maps, we can define flood hazard maps that can be used for further flood risk assessment studies. So I will leave the floor to Daria.
Thanks, Nicola. As Nicola mentioned, I'm going to present the exposure model and the vulnerability model, and finally the result for the flood risk. As you know, the exposure describe the situation of people, infrastructure, housing, production capacity, and other tangible human assets located in hazard-prone areas. In the BORIS project, we work on housing and people. I want to underline that the exposure model can be defined, can be construed for different purposes and spatial scale. Scale need to be correlated to the other element of the risk equation, above all the spatial resolution of the hazard. And for the purposes also, we know that macro scale or regional exposure model can be used for country evaluation, while macro scale and building level exposure can be used for pluvial flooding in densely building up areas, as in some municipality of the case study proposed in the BORIS project. In the map that you can see in the slide, I put some screenshot from our platform, where you can see the municipality of Corno of Rosazzo, and there are the boundary, and there is the hazard map referred to 100 return period years, and also I put the barycenter of the municipality, that is the point where we compute the peak ground acceleration for the seismic risk evaluation. And I want to underline that we introduce the building level footprint for the flood part, because as you can see, the area, the flood is represented also by an area. So it's better to increase the adoption of the building footprint, increase the capacity of the model to be touched by the area, by the flood. So increase also the quality of the result, because we don't have only a point to be hit by the hazard, but in an area spread in the territory. So for this reason, we use a building level exposure model. As you know, the exposure model has to represent the vulnerability characteristic of the building in order to be described by the vulnerability or damage function, and also the value that for us is associated to the area of the building footprint that derive from OpenStreetMap layer that is a layer available in open sources. So we have to assign to each building the vulnerability characteristic that can be the occupancy, the number of stories, the presence of the basement, and so on, according to the library of the vulnerability curve that we adopt. We have also to assign to each building the population in order to have also the population affected by the flood. As mentioned Christian before, we operate with a downscale methodology from European or global database to building level. So we try to define harmonized procedure for for the transboundary region that we call a logic tree approach, but we don't consider the uncertainty. It is a procedure to assign the vulnerability characteristic to each building, defining weights of discrete branches that represent alternative hypotheses and interpretation. And we use to define these weights different product. Global product, that is a land use map that we use to define the building usage of the building usage, that for us was useful to differentiate the residential and non-residential part. Instead, and while for the weight of the number of story, we use statistical data aggregated to municipality level as the seismic part. From the right part of the slide, we represented this procedure to from global data to each building, the downscaling methodology. This is a procedure that allows us to assign the vulnerability characteristic to each building. And as you can see in this slide, the procedure that I described before, in purple and green, you can see the land use map. In this map, we have the surface dedicated to residential and not residential part. So our building has a probability to have residential and not residential, that this is for us our weight. And this is a statistics for two municipality of the Slovenia side for the number of story. The vulnerability, as you know, there are a lot of type of vulnerability from physical, social, economic. We focus on the physical one that describe the propensity of an asset to suffer physical damage. In the flood part, we use damage function or vulnerability curves in order to perform this the vulnerability model, and this curve relate the flood intensity, that for us is the flood depth, with the damage ratio. In the slide, you can see the vulnerability curves that we adopt from ESUS ones that describe the flood vulnerability for the structural and content part, and we compare in order to know the sensitivity, the variability of the response. We have compared this curve with the other proposed in literature, for example, in the JRC report, and we can see that our curve are coherent to the other present in literature. And after the definition of the hazard and the exposure model and the vulnerability that we have to want to adopt it, we apply the Razor platform that is a platform developed in CIMA that allowed to associate each building with a value of water depth according to the hazard map for the different return period. And with this platform, we know the expected damage ratio associated to each building. This value can be aggregated at the municipality level in order to construct the risk curves that we use also for the multi-risk analysis, and also the area under the loss curve that allows to compute the expected annual losses. You can see some municipality from Italy in the slide, and we have different behavior of this municipality from Capriva del Friuli, where the losses are very low for the first return period, that increase largely with high return period because the area of the area affected is increasing. And I report in the slide some expected annual loss, but also the expected annual loss ratio, the surface of each municipality, because it more interesting to this value in order to compare this result at the municipality level. And as Maria described before, we can compute with this result the maps of expected annual loss for different time frame. I show in the slide the time frame for 1 year. As you can see, the red one are Gorizia, that is not the worst city in terms of the expected annual loss, but the expected annual loss related to the high hazard, but is the most large city with the most number of building. In fact, in this map, you can see that other municipality have a higher risk. And also we can compute the population affected, considering in this case ratio of water depth that we assume 20 centimeter. For future development, we would to consider some, for example, different mitigation strategies that can influence each element of the risk, starting from the hazard and arriving to the consequence. We would to introduce some probabilistic criteria and dynamic issues for the different elements. For example, in our cases, we consider the vulnerability as deterministic, and also some consideration in dynamic issue. For example, the season is related to the season for the exposure, or a resilient approach for the vulnerability, and also, as I mentioned, with the officer scenario-based evaluation. Thanks.
Thank you, Daria. With Daria, we close the first section of this afternoon, and then we can go for 15 minutes, let's say, for to have a coffee just in that room. Thank you very much to everybody.
Grazie, scusa.
Recording in progress.
Shall we start? Maybe people connected are waiting for us. Okay. Since we were quite on time, in order to preserve the good name of Italian people, we end up being half an hour behind schedule. So, I mean, just give us a couple of minutes and we will start again. Okay, right. Now it looks like it is my turn, and my role is to present the platform that we have been developing in BORIS, and therefore let me share my screen. And please tell me when you see my screen. I think right now. This is the web page of BORIS. And from the web page of BORIS, there is a tab which says web platform. And from this tab, you can have access to the platform of BORIS. In order to use the platform, you have to input the username and password. Let us hope I edit it correctly. And then this is the platform of BORIS. You will see in the platform main of the results that has been presented in the previous section. Just because the platform is a sort of hub of all the results that have been calculated during the project, and also of all the data that we gathered through this 2-year projects. The platform is very user-friendly and is organized such that on the top of the screen, the user can have access to a certain number of tabs with all the information and all the results of the analysis that we have been performing, whereas on the left-hand side of the screen, there are some buttons that enable the user to perform some operation on the maps. So if you let me, I will go through all the tabs and I will tell you something with regard to the contents of each one of them. In each one window, you can see that there is a question mark, an arrow, which is just to hide the window, and a cross that is to close the window. With the question mark, you can have access to the help online. I don't know how to hide this stuff that is on my way, but by the way, and the help online is available in all the languages of the partners that have been participating to the project, and of course also in English. Let's go back to the platform. It doesn't work. Okay, so let me remove the first window. Okay, I forgot to say that in this window there are some information on the project, some very a very brief summary of the project. There is a link to the web page, and clicking on the logo of the partners, you can have access to their websites. And of course, there is also a knowledge to the funding scheme for BORIS. The second tab is, it contains baseline information. For instance, it contains information on schools, hospitals, primary road and secondary road, either in Italy or in Austria. Those items has not been used for the risk calculation, but they are already there, just to say that if needed, in a sort of exploitation of project results, we could extend the aim of the project also to perform seismic risk calculation for school, hospitals, primary and secondary road. There is also there are also layers on the footprint of the building in the 3 countries that are cross-border, and those data are used to compute the risk for floods. If, for instance, I highlight one of those buildings, I can see that the layer is uploaded on the screen. In this button here, you can see the list of the layers that are highlighted, and you can either hide the layer with this arrow here. You can remove the layer with the cross, whereas the layer that has the boundaries for the municipalities in the 2 pilots area can only be hidden, but they cannot be removed. Let's go back to this window, and let us move to the following one. This one is, it does has the data on the hazard for the 2 pilots area. And if, for instance, I select the pilot area number 1, which is the cross-border between Italy and Slovenia, I can see that in this window, you can have access to the hazard map for earthquake and for floods for the different return periods. Let me select, for instance, the hazard map for almost 500-year return period for the earthquake. If I go back to this layer here and I select this map and I query the map, it means that this button I must be highlighted. I can see that I will have a pop-up window with the value of PGA that correspond for the municipality that I took into account for the earthquake with 500-year return period. Every time I switch on a layer, I can see also the legenda that will tell me the correspondence between the values and the colors that I can see on the map. So let me going back to this window here. Also for the floods, I can switch on the layer with the hazard map for the different return period. And for instance, I select this return period here, 50 years, for example. And here, if I query the layer, I can see by clicking on this layer here in the pop-up the height of the water in that position for floods and with the return period that I just selected, which is, as I said earlier on, 50 years. Let me to remove those two layers, and I just show you, oh my God, there is this window here that is in my way, the one of Zoom, I mean. There are other information that are made available in this tab. And for instance, there is the soil classification, which is quite important when it comes to define the local amplification effect for earthquake. So if I select this layer and I query it, in the pop-up, I will see the percentage of each soil typologies running from A to E of the Eurocode 8 classification in that specific municipality. And this data are used to account for, as I said earlier on, the local site amplification effect. In the next tab, I can have information on the vulnerability and for the two pilots area number 1 and pilots area number 2. In the pilot area number 1, I can select the fragility curves that have been used to compute the earthquake risk and the flood risk as well. Let me start from the earthquake, and as you can see here, for the taxonomy in which the building has been classified, I can see here in the screen the fragility curves. For instance, in this moment, you can see the fragility curves for Italy, for masonry building, the taxonomy of masonry building built before 1965, and with a number of story between 1 and 3, so low-rise building. The value in the curves can also be seen here in the table. And since we are in the pilot area number 1, I can see either only the curve for Italy, only the curve for Slovenia, or both the curves together. So in this moment, you will see 10 curves in this diagram, because you will have the curves for Slovenian building and for Italian buildings as well. Curves are 5. Because the curves are related to the 5 damage levels from the 1 light damage up to the 5 collapse of the EMS 98 scale. Going back to the previous window, I can also see the vulnerability curves that have been used to compute the flood risk. And once again, through the drop-down windows, I can select a specific taxonomy. For instance, this one is the taxonomy of residential building with 1 story. Curves are the same in all the pilots, so there is no possibility to switch from Slovenia and Italian fragility curves or Slovenian and Austrian fragility curves, because the source for these curves is ASUS. The curves provide the percentage of damage that you have for different height of the water for the structure from the point of view of damages to the structure and to the structure contents. Now let us move to the following tab, which is dedicated to the exposure data. I need to pick up a specific municipality, for instance, this municipality that is from the Italian side, and here you can see the exposure data for that specific municipality. You can see here the raw exposure data, and here you can see how the exposure data have been grouped in taxonomies for the purpose of associating to each one taxonomy the fragility and the vulnerability curves in order to compute the risk. Now let me move to the following tab, in which you can have information on damages for the two pilot area. Once again, I will select pilot area number 1, and the damages have been computed for two different observation time window, 1 year and 50 years. If I select, for instance, 50 years observation time window, in this window, I can see the results in terms of damages for the two hazards that has been considered in BORIS, which are earthquake and flood. All the results are made available in tables, and for instance, if I switch on table, I can see for all the municipality of this pilot area the number of buildings that will suffer each one of the damage level of the EMS scale, either in terms of number of building or percentage of building. The same for the floods, and eventually what I can see in tables can also see with spatial distribution, selecting one of the maps. So, for instance, if I select the map with the damage for damage level D3 of the EMS scale, I will see here a map with different colors that will show the number of buildings that will suffer damage level D3 for observation time window of 50 years. And of course, the different color are going to be made. There is a correspondence between the color and the number of building that you can see here in the legenda. Let me moving to let us clean a little bit the screen, and let me move in to last tab, in which you can see the final results, which are the losses. Once again, they are grouped for the different pilot area, for pilot area number 1 and pilot area number 2. Eventually, losses can be consulted for each one of the hazard considered in BORIS, for instance, single risk, and you will see here the possibility of seeing the losses for the seismic and flood risk. I selected 1 year return period just 1 second ago, and then you can see the results in table, and the results are provided for, either for Italy, Slovenia, or for both countries together, municipality by municipality. And here you can see that losses are computed in terms of economic losses, either as a number of euro, or economic losses on square meters, and human losses, for instance, victim, injured people, and displaced people. And also we provide results in terms of impact of the earthquake, giving the number of buildings that are unusable in the short and in the long term. All I can see in the table can also be seen in the map, so I can see the map with the economic losses, and so I can have the data spatially distributed in all the municipality of the selected pilot area. So if I if I go back to this window here, either than having a look to the losses due to seismic and flood split between them, I can also have a look to the multi-risk by clicking on this button here. So if I select multi-risk, once again, I can see the results in tables, or I can see the results on map. In tables, I mean the common indicator for seismic risk and for flood was the economic losses. So you can see the economic losses in each one of the municipality of this selected pilot area. In particular, this one are the Italian one. And also you can see, and in my opinion, this information is quite useful, the ratio between the losses that are due to flood and the losses that are due to earthquake. Maybe this can be better seen on the maps. I can see the map with the economic losses, but also the map with the ratio. And I guess Maria was telling you something about this. In the legenda here, you can see that the municipality with the yellowish color, since it is the ratio flood on earthquake, are the one where the losses due to flood are less than the losses, the expected losses due to earthquake, whereas the one where the ratio is higher than 1, which are the bluish one, are the one where the losses due to floods are higher than the losses due to earthquake. If I select one of the municipality in this map, I can also see the loss curve that for the various value of annual loss, the various value of losses will provide the annual probability of exceedance for earthquake and for flood. Earthquake is orange and flood is blue. I think I said almost everything with regard to this platform, and eventually there is also a video that has been uploaded that explain you how to use the platform that I just showed you. That's about it. If you have any question, I will be very pleased to reply. Okay. Now there is a change in the agenda because Dr. Massimiliano Pittore will have to leave us. Massimiliano Pittore is the coordinator of Transalp, one of the projects with which we made networking. And he has been so kind to accept our invitation, but he's participating by remote because tomorrow there will be an event for Trasnalp. And maybe nobody has noticed that Italy is so wide in the north. He's in Bolzan and is quite far away from here. So I thank you very much, Massimiliano, to participate. Also, if he couldn't come in person, but by remote. I leave the floor to Massimiliano.
Thank you very much, Barbara, and pleased to see you. And thank you for having me here. I'm really sorry that I could not join in person, but as you said, the logistics is really against us. Just a small detail, I cannot share the screen, so I'm not able to share the screen. Probably you have, okay, now it's absolutely fine. So I'm going to share my screen. I hope you can see the slide.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for confirming. And a very good afternoon to everybody. My name is Massimiliano Pittore, and I'd like just to give you a couple of insights about this project. It's a DG Eco project, which started in 2021 and is ending at the end of the month. And as anticipated by Barbara, tomorrow we have the final event here in Bolzano. The project has several points in common with BORIS, although the risks are probably different, but we also are taking into account the multi-hazard and cross-border nature of risk, although with a particular, let's say, focus on different types of risk, specifically storm risks. And the project has been let's say the idea of the project stemmed from a very particular event, the Vaya storm, which hit particularly intensively the southern European regions, and especially this part of the Alps in 2018, so from 28 to 30 of October 2018. And this has been really like a wake-up call for many people, and especially for civil protection authorities in this region. And that was also motivating, say, a project going a bit more in details on how these extreme events can be described, conceptualized, and dealt with for better risk mitigation and climate change adaptation. As I was mentioning, this event has been quite a complex one, and this is also very representative of a class of events which so far have been, let's say, deemed quite rare or even extremely rare, with the last one dating back to 1966, but that might basically become much more frequent in the next decades due to the non-stationarity of the natural processes which are related to climate change. So we wanted to address this problem from different perspectives, which might be interesting both for civil protection authorities, but also for the authorities which are in charge for long-term risk mitigation. And one of the things that we started doing is having a look at what the data could tell us about these events, because when we are talking about extreme events, it's often not even clear how do we define at which extent an event is extreme. What does it really mean? So one thing that we did is, for instance, starting from a relatively safe proxy of the event, which is the precipitation rate and total precipitation. And we analyzed all the time series that fortunately is available for the region of interest that for us is starting from Trentino and then covers the South Tyrol, part of the Austrian region which is bordering with Italy. And we analyzed with relatively straightforward statistical means those time series, detecting a number of events, or let's say days, where the total precipitation over the area that we let's say focused on was exceeding certain thresholds, depending on the long-term average of the precipitation itself. And with this relatively simple anomaly analysis, we could detect at least 15 different events which are exceeding the 99th percentile of daily accumulated precipitation, and therefore can be defined as extremes also from the statistical perspective, and that at the same time were associated with negative consequences and impacts observed both in Italy and in Austria. And interestingly, what we noticed is that let's say, at least taking into account the latest decade, the frequency of those events, at least at the level of this empirical assessment, has really skyrocketed with 3 or 4 extreme events in a short time frame of a few years. And VIA was only one of those events. There have been other events happening in 2019 and 2020, which is quite a remarkable fact that also leads us to wonder at which extent these events might still be called extreme events, although, of course, the anomaly of these events is still confirmed over the 30-year time frame upon which the observations were based. And what also another thing that we noticed is that, let's say, the frequency of events at least apparently changed, but also the intensity of those events, always taking into account the precipitation, seemed to change in the very last years. And this is another, of course, just empirical evidence, a signal that could and should be taken into account by the local authorities. So one of the things that we have done is also related to basically putting together data packages which are, let's say, describing those extreme events for these 15 mentioned to you in a way that could be used then for impact forecasting and for risk assessment. And these packages are basically taken into account from different sources of observation, gridded data set of daily precipitation that we have here in South Tyrol and in Trentino, data coming from our partners from Austria, ZAMG specifically, and other data which have been directly interpolated from high-quality observations from weather station networks. And these packages represent, these 15 packages represent 15 different extreme events, and for each event we don't have only the precipitation and other, let's say, weather and climatologically related parameters which can be correlated with impact and risk, but also the degree of anomalousness of those events with respect to the overall statistics, which give us a good example of, or a good information about where in the regions which were affected, the most anomalous precipitation, in this case, focused. And this is, again, an interesting opportunity. We also mentioned the fact that being this target area cross-border, we had to take into account a number of pre-processing activities in order to harmonize data sets that were theoretically looking at the same physical, let's say, properties, but with very different operational frameworks. Another activity that I can mention that is of interest is studying, let's say, so far we have been talking about the past, but we also gave a look to the future by looking to the climatological models which are available for the area, and asking ourselves at which extent systems, so synoptic weather systems, such the one that was observed during the VAIA, could be observed in the future, and with which frequency. And for doing this, again, I have to acknowledge our partners from ZAMG in Austria. We use the concept of, say, called Grosswetter classes, which means a pattern of weather at synoptic scale that can be standardized and can be studied over different time horizons. And if we look at the results of the simulation conducted, taking into account the climatological models which are available, we can see that the pattern, so the large-scale weather pattern, which is mostly connected with, let's say, potentially damaging events such as VAIA, is expected to grow in percentages, so in relative terms, in the future due to the climate change. And this is at least a first, let's say, observational evidence that climate change might increase the frequency or even extreme events such as VAIA. And on the right side of this picture, you can see that this, let's say, increase in frequency of such extreme events can also be somehow downscaled to very specific regions, although in this case the signal might be much more uncertain with respect to the one that is shown on the left side of the screen. Another important or interesting, at least, activity that we did is on the conceptualization of events such as VAIA, which at the same time is seeing different types of hazards, compounded or cascaded. So we have heavy rain, we have strong winds. In other cases, we have even snowstorms. And you can see that those different hazards are acting sometimes in the same spatial temporal framework on two very different exposed assets, from road networks to buildings to forests to population and so on. And this network of impacts is very important to be well understood and conceptualized and analyzed by the civil protection authorities in order to increase the comprehension of those let's say, phenomena and the effectiveness of the mitigation measures. So one thing that we noticed, for instance, that such very intense events have at least different type of, say, damaging mechanism, which act on a very different time scales. If you look, for instance, at power disruption, which is following the windrows, so the felling of trees due to the strong wind, and this power disruption can and has led, in our case, also to telecom disruption. This damaging pathway, so to say, is taking place in a matter of minutes or a few hours, and the unfolding time of this event is very short, and also the recovery time can be relatively quick. So we are talking about less than a week to fully recover telecom and power disruption in the area. At the same time, if you look at similar hazards, so always the strong wind leading with the windrows, but we take into account the effects on forest and protection forest, we see that the pattern of the damaging mechanism, and therefore so the loss mechanism, is completely different. It can unfold over periods up to 10 years, which is so much longer than the other one, and is so long that is also sensitive to other climatological and environmental variables, such as other extreme events or, let's say, drought episodes or events or anomaly in temperature during summer. And this is also including a number of cascading impacts, including, for instance, in our case, the uncontrolled spread of the bark beetle, which is a parasite of the wood, which can let's say, significantly affect forest. And this is what we see now in these months, and probably even more next year. So at more than 4 years, let's say, after the original event. Last thing that I wanted to show you, which is part of the results of the project, is related to, let's say, the efforts that we have been dedicating to generate multi-hazard storm risk models. And specifically, I'm now showing to you just a detail on a multifunctional exposure model, which can be, of course, used for storms, but also for other types of hazards. And it would be also very interesting to match and discuss the different results obtained in the different projects. In our case, this multifunctional exposure modeling has been based on hexagonal tessellation, which we cover the whole project area, and is including not only information on the buildings, people, let's say protective forest, hotels and schools and other critical infrastructure, but is also taking into account the dynamics that we can expect from nighttime to daytime to the commuting, let's say, times during the day, which is an element to be taken into account in order to better understand the systemic vulnerability of these mountainous regions to such extreme events. And interestingly, this model, which is only based on this hexagonal tessellation, takes into account also topological constraints, and therefore all the individual cells are not only an aggregation, let's say, boundary where other information are just, let's say, projected into, but also takes into account information on the connectivity between the cells, which is induced by underlying road structure. So one thing that we've been doing is also using this model together with other modeling efforts which have been done by other parties in the project related, for instance, to the change of susceptibility to landslides or to avalanches due to the loss of protected forest, in order to better understand what might be the impact on the exposed population and the infrastructures, not just now, but also in a few years to come, when the effect of the protective forest will be, let's say, potentially let's say, disrupted due to the infection of black beetle and other, let's say, degradation processes in the forest itself. And of course, this has been also based on numerical simulations of specific events, which can, of course, have a different, let's say, size and frequency due to this damage that we've been mentioned. I won't take any more of your time. Just a few lessons learned, let's say, take-home messages that we distilled during the projects. Of course, the fact that hazards cannot anymore considered stationary, and therefore the risk management has to follow up these dynamics. Storms are really a set of complex type of events that have to be considered definitely and natively in a multi-hazard context, with also the consideration that the damaging mechanism of those storms can have a very different time and spatial frames. And as much as possible, it's important for the civil protection authorities to have a look-forward approach, because what we have observed in the past could not anymore be relevant to understand what can happen in the future. Last but not least, the use of conceptual, let's say, visual models such as the impact chains, that is a methodology which was developed here in EURAC, has proved quite efficient in conceptualizing events and risky events, especially with storylines which can also favor a narrative, let's say, description, and therefore even an exploration of these complex risks. I think I am done. I thank you very much for your attention. If there are questions, I'll be happy to answer now, or you can contact me towards through the email which I'm putting in the slide. And then I give the floor back to Barbara and Maria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Massimiliano, for your very nice presentation. And now the time for last presentation. that is for our colleague from Montenegro. I think I will leave the floor to Nina Serdar and Milena Ostojic. I hope I spelled it correctly.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So Nina first, I guess. Just a sec, technical problems.
Thank you. I just, first of all, I would like all to greet you, and especially our host and their representatives, Barbara and Marta, for organizing this final conference. For the outside invited guests, just a brief introduction. I'm Nina Serdar, and today my colleague and I, Milena Ostojic, will present the topic exportability of the project results. I would like to express our great satisfaction and pleasure to work with all the partners on this project. As you may know, we are coming from University of Montenegro. As you know, we are not a member state, nor we are sharing the border with other project partners, but that didn't stop us to work in many tasks of this BORIS project, and many, in my opinion, one of the most important ones were related to this topic of exportability of the project result. Let's say, simply said, we were trying to test what this methodology has to offer when it's faced to other issues at the other borders. So some of the activities that we took to test the methodology on our border is to evaluate our own national risk assessment, seismic risk assessment. Maybe I forgot to say, I will talk about seismic risk assessment, and my colleague will talk about the flood risk assessment. So we evaluate and compare Montenegro national practice in this area and compare it to project partners. We identified our stakeholders and their needs in the interview we had with them, and we were checking many tasks, the availability of the data needed. And at the end, we tested this methodology on our border. All our findings were in these deliverables. I will not take your time to read the name of the deliverables, but let's say that we identified the border that would be most important for us. We are sharing borders with 4 other countries, and at least 2 of them would be important to analyze for this type of risks. Montenegro, regarding seismic risk, is a seismic prone country, and we choose to test the methodology on the border with Serbia. We have several municipalities and that are affected with both these hazards. And in regard to seismic risk, this is a region with the modern seismicity comparing to the other part of the Montenegro, especially the coast, where we have high seismicity. Component by component, let's say when we were analyzing the hazard, seismic hazard assessment data in Montenegro are available sort of on a demand. It is based on return period, of course, and PGA values are in use. in National Seismic Risk Assessment, EMS 98 intensity measure is used. We don't have VS 30 maps, or not publicly available, only available on the only produced for several urban municipalities at the coast where the highest seismicity exists. And for this border site, we don't have them. So we used what was proposed in methodologies, and we used the European hazard model, and we took their solution for the missing VS 30 maps, and we derived this hazard curve that is in line with the periods when we checked with the values in these municipalities from our national model, good correspondence. Regard to the exposure and damage scale and vulnerability, let's say that in Montenegro we have data on dwellings and affected people. We have available exposure model that is based on SERA exposure model, but in a way corrected, especially for these northern municipalities that are in this area. We are analyzing and trying to apply this methodology. We have a classification on buildings regarding to material type and in that model, period of construction and load-bearing structure. And we have the fragility model. So at the end, we are using the same EMS 98 scale like this shared methodology is proposing. So everything what is proposed in the shared methodology, we can apply. Here I just bring this shared building classification on this border that we are evaluating, because we share some historical and cultural heritage with Serbia as a country. We can say that this would be our shared building classification. We don't have at this point data on does the vulnerability model exist and in a country that we are in Serbia that at this border, but methodology proposed that if they don't have a vulnerability model, what is very possible, they could use ours model. And you can see, for example, for one building classification, our vulnerability model and our percentages of buildings from our part of the from our side regarding to load-bearing structure, material type, number of stories, and construction period. So from this, let's say this is my last slide. This related to consequences. This was maybe the easiest part for us to apply the methodology, since our consequence model is exactly the same model as you are used in Italy, and very much alike like proposed in a shared methodology. The novelty from the Montenegrin part is that our expected annual losses on all when this way of presenting losses as annual expected losses and risk curves is a novelty, but it is just another computational effort from our side to produce it. Also, dislocated people, our consequence model does not have it, but based on the consolidated guidelines produced by this project, it's easy to compute it even these consequences. For example, here you can see for our part of the from our side of the border, when accounting one return period, until now we have just several return periods calculated by now. You can see this number of dislocated people and losses in the percentage, not in euros, but in the percentage of municipality budget. From our side, that would be maybe representative value, but also can be seen as in euros. In next
period of time, we have to finish the calculation for other return periods, derive the risk curves, and compare it with the results of our colleagues. All our findings will be, as we spoke on the earlier meeting we had in Ljubljana, and Maria suggested, published in one paper that is exactly this exploitability of the results on the Montenegrin border. Now I leave the floor for Milena to speak about flood risk part.
You have to come here.
Is it okay? Like so?
It is.
Sorry. Okay. I will now give some brief remarks regarding the flood risk assessment. So 5 cross-border municipalities in Montenegro have been selected to test the applicability of the shared methodology for flood risk assessment that has been developed within BORIS project. 2 major water courses, rivers Lim and Ibar, flow through these municipalities, and along with their very complex hydrographic network, endanger settlements, agricultural areas, industrial zones, also traffic infrastructure, etc. These water courses flow through Montenegrin territory and continue their path through neighboring countries, causing significant floods damage even on their part of the territory. Within the Montenegrin preliminary flood risk assessment, several areas of potential significant flood risk have been delineated in mentioned analyzed municipalities. There is available hazard data for all of these areas of potential significant flood risk that may be used for testing the shared methodology for flood risk assessment. The hazard data in Montenegro is represented through the flood probability of occurrence and through flood intensity. 3 return periods are considered, HQ 10, 100, and 500 years. These return periods actually correspond to events of high, low, and medium probability of occurrence. Flood intensity values are assigned based on calculated water depths for each of the examined return periods. So basically, the available hazard layer is actually the flood extent divided into areas with different values of intensity classes, which are assigned according to the flood depth values, calculated based on available hydraulic computations and models. As for the exposure data, there are several sources of population data that could be used for the purposes of this project. For example, local data is actually the census data, which is available as a tabular format. This is the total number of inhabitants per settlement. Settlements are actually administrative units smaller than municipalities. Also, some global data sets may be used, such as World Population Dataset, which is a raster layer, which gives an information about population density. Unfortunately, its resolution is somewhat too rough to use in Montenegro for the purposes of this project. So a better solution would be using the high-resolution population density maps, which actually offer total number of inhabitants per hexagon with 400-meter resolution. Also, regarding the exposure model, the building footprints can be exported from the OpenStreetMap, and the total number of flooded buildings is calculated by intersecting the building footprint data, which is a vector file, with a vector file representing the flood extent for a given APSFR for a certain return period. This data regarding the exposure, regarding the building footprints, can be locally corrected if necessary, using the available orthophoto footage, which is available at high resolution for the entire Montenegrin territory. There are not any available local depth damage curves in Montenegro, which have been tested or calibrated using the site-specific field data. So for the purposes of determining the flood damage ratio, HAZUS library of depth damage curves will be adopted for 4 types of buildings: residential, non-residential, 1, 2, or 3 or more floors. And finally, when it comes to consequences, two parameters will be calculated: number of affected people and economic losses. Number of affected people will, of course, be determined based on the available hazard data and based on the available exposure data. For these purposes, an adequate downscaling methodology needs to be determined to calculate the number of affected people. As for the economic losses, the damage, the percent of damage, which is given with the depth damage curves, will be calculated, will be multiplied by the economic value of a certain building footprint. These economic values, the costs of replacement or recovery of buildings per square meter, are given by National Institute for Statistics in Montenegro. Thank you for your attention.
So that was last presentation. Then according to the agenda, I have been, I could be fired as a chairwoman because I managed to make something like 1 hour of delay, which is too much even in order to preserve the good name of Italian people. That was me. It is all my fault. But by the way, I think that it was a pity to interrupt presentation, not to let people chatting a little bit over the coffee break. So this is my excuse for being 1 hour late. But by the way, now we have something like half an hour of time to ask to the people that kindly came to this final event that has not been a partner into the project, a feedback, for instance, to Daniela and Elena from the Italian Department of Civil Protection, Lydia Petrone from Montenegro, and Professor Sergio Lagomarsino and Professor Serena Cattari that came from University of Genoa, and also a feedback from Mr. Agard. Just, you know, a feedback on how we should better exploit. Now we can talk just about exploitation because the project arrived to an end, unfortunately. The project results, and also, you know, if you have some suggestions, some remarks on what we have been doing in the last 2 years.
Thank you very much. So yes, actually, I was hoping that my colleague in Brussels, who is an earthquake expert, could take the floor, but she had to leave even the online session, but she asked me to provide a couple of points as feedback so far on the project deliverables. And first and foremost, she wanted to mention that it's very what you produce is very meaningful outputs, not only for the involved countries but also for other member states and participating states beyond the geographical scope of the project. BORIS has made a significant contribution to multi-risk assessment in border areas in Europe. And I think what I've heard over and over again is really that not only here today, but also in my talks back in the Commission, that you have really shown an excellent collaboration among the partnerships, most importantly, but also in your cooperation with us in the Commission. So we really appreciate the seriousness of your working ethics. So that has been a great pleasure on our side to work with you. Clear that it's a challenging project, it's in a challenging area, but thanks to this project, you managed to identify several areas for future reflections among the scientific community and policy managers, which shows very promising signs for future developments. So we're really very pleased with what we have not only heard today, but also seen on paper, and we look forward to the final report, which is being produced early in the new year. I mean, if I may just have one question, which could potentially demonstrate that I'm not an expert in the field, but I was very appreciate the Montenegro intervention, and I wanted to understand because if it showed, I mean, if your analysis shows the same, that the results were similar to what was done in the Italian regions. I mean, you took the same indicators, but did your results, based on the fact, of course, that your circumstances, your data is different, were there similarities in terms of the results that you generated? Maybe I should have picked that up from your presentation, but I missed that point. So if you could clarify for me.
Okay, I will try. Our consequence model is similar, not results. So the same way we compute fatalities, the same way we compute losses, economic losses from the residential buildings, but the results are different. We are much smaller country, smaller population, but we use the pretty much same model in our national risk assessment. As when we build it on the comparing the many models, and we choose the one very similar one that is used in Italy, but just the model, not the results. Okay, I hope that I clarified. For example, how many fatalities, how to calculate the number of fatalities corresponding to the collapsed buildings, or how to calculate economic losses when you divide buildings into the category of certain damage level, how to take the percentages.
Maybe, yes, that's partly clarifies my question, but one point, if I may, just what I wanted to ask is really if your research confirmed the accuracy of the modeling done on the Italian regions.
Yes,
I understand that the circumstances are different, and that you have a density population that is different, economic loss is different, and everything like that.
Okay.
But I'm thinking about the modeling. If your analysis were able to confirm the accuracy of the model developed within the project.
We try to apply this methodology, shared methodology, on our border to explain how this methodology is dealing with maybe some other issues that are not in the pilot region. So we are confirming that they have the answer for our problems. That was, for example, they have VIS 30 map. We don't have it. What to do if you want to compare the risk? So that's what we were testing. What were our solutions for different problems that this multi-risk assessment and seismic risk assessment and flood risk assessment can face on the other borders of the other countries that not sharing the same data availability like Austria, like Italy, like Slovenia. So our analysis showing that this methodology at the end gives good guidelines, no matter what are the geographic mean of the where we are calculating these risks. We have everything what is we found in the guidelines. We can apply this methodology even outside of these pilot regions. That was the.
Can I just integrate so you can confirm? I mean, to answer your question, the application they presented is not a validation in terms of comparison with something they had. So you don't have an assessment already. So
no,
they cannot
not this
compare
time. No,
with something already done. So they applied to their border. And I mean, this is a new contribution because they didn't have. but they checked that we can extend what we did in the pilot also to the border. In this sense, we checked the possibility to apply the model.
Yes, exactly.
It's very clear. Thank you very much for clarifying.
Yeah, I think it's a great example of exploitation of results outside the pilots that have been selected for the project in terms of applicability of the methodology. So, I mean, any other feedback from
Barbara, I would like to ask Professor Lagomarsino. I give you the floor. I wanted to say something. Professor Lagomarsino, together with Professor Angelo Masi, is coordinating now a national project on multi-risk assessment maps and scenarios. He is working with Indre Lewis, and we hope that in future development will be on board with us in the project. And I think he can offer a comment. And I would like to ask you a comment in general, your comments, but also how do you think that all these can be extended not only to residential buildings, because you are supervising a work where we started from residential and then you are moving also to other type of assets. Please, Sergio.
Thank you, Andrea, and thank you for inviting me to this final event of this very interesting project. Indeed, this is a challenging project. I really appreciated the presentation and the result, the amount of results, which is impressive. This is clear from also the presentation from Barbara of the platform in which all the results are put together and harmonized. So really impressive and challenging project. Regarding the methodological issue, it was really interesting the presentation by Ante Babic. I don't know if it's correct the name because it's focused on seismic vulnerability, which is my main field of expertise. And one interesting aspect is the spatial scale at which the vulnerability and the losses are evaluated. And in particular, he mentioned that for Slovenia, you have data at the level of building by building, while in Italy, the spatial scale was at the municipality level. And so you decided to use the municipality level in order to harmonize the assessment. In my opinion, the best spatial scale should be an intermediate level, because for sure, building by building evaluation for a project in which you are looking for a risk at territorial scale is not necessary, because you have our vulnerability model are statistically obtained. So the outcome at the scale of a single building can be even I don't know how to say, but if you provide the results at the scale of a single building, you can believe it is an evaluation for the specific building. And this is not the case, because you have a statistical result. But probably the scale of a municipality for the evaluation, for the assessment, is too big, because at the municipality scale, you cannot, for example, know very well the local site condition in terms of, for example, soil condition, and also the integration with other risks like the flood require a spatial scale which is lower. So, in my opinion, at urban scale, it is better to group buildings at the level of what we call in Italy census tract, that are groups of buildings about 50 buildings in the center, and then the result can be aggregated at the municipality scale for showing the result, but for the analysis, this should be, in particular, when we are focused not on a seismic risk at the national scale, but at regional scale, like the case of this project, in which you have an area which is a cross-border area made by a limited number of municipalities. I believe that this should be the correct spatial scale. It is very interesting the topic of the use of this heuristic approach for the harmonization cross-border of the fragility curves, because it is evident that when you use fragility curves for different countries that are that have been calibrated at the national level, you can have discontinuities which are not realistic when you look at a specific site. And your proposal looks very interesting and effective. Other comments. It was very interesting how you tried to put together the results in terms of multi-risk, and in particular flood and earthquake. And I agree on the integration of risk in terms of economic loss, because this is as mentioned by Maria, the best indicator that can be useful to compare and to integrate the results from these two hazards, which are indeed very different in terms of damage to the asset. I am wondering whether it is necessary to use the same exposed element, because if you consider the economic losses, you can, in my opinion, consider, and this maybe is something that you asked me, not only residential buildings, but also infrastructure and other type of exposed asset. Because at the end, if the final outcome is an economic loss, you don't need to focus for both hazard on the same exposed asset. Indeed, probably for flood, other elements are more exposed to losses and damage than the residential building, or probably the losses are not related to the residential part of the buildings, but to the shops or other element in that building. One question that, because I'm not expert in flood, that I observed in the presentation by Daria, is that some of the vulnerability curves present a damage which is not at zero, even for a water depth which is zero. I was wondering which is the ratio behind this vulnerability curves. I don't know. This is more or less some of my comments during some aspect that I observed during the presentation. And yes, regarding the integration with other with analysis with respect to other assets, I agree with Andrea that we should consider not only residential building but also strategic buildings, cascading events, but this is a first significant step of integration, and so again, I would like to congratulate with you for the results of this project.
I answer for the vulnerability curve that we discussed a lot during the workshop in Ljubljana. We took this curve from ASUS, and they proposed this curve because they consider also the damage under the ground. So when the flood reached zero, there already present a damage in the or basement or also the foundation elements.
So you have information not only on the footprint, but also you distinguish which are the building with an underground story?
No, they assume the presence of this element are under the ground.
Okay.
Serena, do you want to comment too?
Yes. First of all, thank you for the invitation, and me too, I would like to congratulate for your great job, because in my opinion it is Boris was a really interesting project. Also because the multi-risk words is becoming more and more popular in the European call for project and so on. But I think that Boris project is a very good example to attempt to convert in a practical way this concept. Also to highlight which are the challenging in addressing this issue. And I think that an additional value of your project is to add also the component of the cross-border area, because I found it very, very interesting also the comparison of the issue related to the data that are collected in different countries. And so I think that your results can be very useful also to define new direction in improving the data that can be collected to improve the risk assessment. Not only in a multi-risk perspective, but even also at the scale of a single risk. No, and so I think that I have the perception that this comparison was very, very fruitful for the municipality. And me too, I appreciated a lot also the platform that you developed, because I think that it's a very effective way also to compare these losses. Also because I don't know, but my feeling is that some results are not so obvious when you try to compare the losses of these two risks. And so the way you found it to compare them and also to highlight if the dominant one is the one provided by the seismic risk or the one provided by flood risk is very effective in my opinion, and I think that can be very useful also for the stakeholder and for the municipality. And concerning the time-based approach, me too. I appreciate this choice. I think that is a quite effective choice. I have a question on that, since I noticed, of course, other possibility, like a scenario-based option was available, and I understood that some stakeholder maybe in the future asked also for this type of assessment. So my question is, why, I mean, if at the beginning of the project you considered the different option and we decide for this time-based assessment for a specific reason. I don't know, because maybe it is much more useful to create a common framework, or in the perspective of the mitigation action design. So this is one of my questions for Maria or Andrea or...
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Serena, for the interesting consideration. I respond to your last questions. So the choice of the time-based assessment was motivated basically for two reasons. The first one was for the possibility of having a more effective comparison between the risks, because it is quite evident that if we refer to different return periods or scenarios, the most relevant scenarios for one kind of hazard and related risk might have a very different, let's say, correspondent to an event of an intensity which corresponds, let's say, to a return period that it is much different from the other one. So this is evident from the risk curves, that if we compare the consequences due to events of a similar return period, there might be completely inverted the most severe with respect to another return period. So in order to have a more consistent comparison between different risks in a multi-risk perspective, that was the main reason. And the other one was that for long-term planning, we believe that having a time-based assessment could give a more complete picture with respect to scenario analysis that, of course, are more. We understand that the communication of a scenario might be easier. So this is the drawback of the approach that we followed, that the scenario might be more easily communicated, just to show, look, what would happen if an event of this intensity happens and what you should do to prevent some negative consequences. But at the same time, it is not the full picture for a planning. I don't know if...
some comment to comment too. The approach was this one, and was selected to be referred to an observation time windows, also to have the possibility of combining the risk indicators that are related to flood and that are related to earthquakes. Because, for instance, if which we would like to go in the direction of doing something that is scenario based, it will be either the losses due to earthquake or the losses due to floods, because the combination of the two, eventually it's quite rare. The possibility of having floods and earthquake together, it's quite low. Fortunately, it is quite low. So the idea was to have something that enable us to combine results for both the hazards that have been taken into account, and then especially for preparedness and for what it was requested by stakeholders that we have been contacting during the project, we could expand the tool in order to have something that is scenario driven. But as I said, this is going to be multi-risk in a sense that with the same tool, you will have the impact of a major earthquake and the impact of a major floods, but not both of them together. So,
thank you, Barbara. Maybe in the perspective of the scenario-based assessment, it is interesting also the interaction between these two risks in the recovery phase, no? Because, for example, when a very rare earthquake occurs, then you need to consider the possible impact of flood during the recovery phase that can take a very long period. But I agree with your idea to consider it in a time-based approach. it was just a curiosity.
So, Lydia, do you want to comment too?
Yeah, just a short thank you, first of all, for the invitation. It's my pleasure to be here today with you. Regarding that, considering that I am a security manager, not a scientist like my dear colleagues, I can say only a few words from aspects of civil protection. I've been working in civil protection over the 20 years, and every time we do some planning documents, we have an issue with the database. Database are incomplete or out of date, etc., etc. Even when you have a good database, you have problem with sharing data between the institutions. That's why, among the other things, I found that BORIS project is very useful because of the good database. And another important thing is methodology. When you have a harmonized methodology, harmonized methodology is very important for all stakeholders in civil protection, just as harmonized terminology, standard operating procedures, etc., etc. When you have, let's say, in one place, such useful information, including very important historical data, you can much easier to plan measure for reduce the risk of remediation of consequences. I found, it's my perspective, that this platform is an excellent example of prevention measure. And last but not the least, BORIS project confirms how is important cooperation between academic society and civil protection authorities. You'll speak about it. And we recently convinced to this when we worked together at the National Risks Assessment, such a very important strategic document. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lydia. So my last offer, does anyone has something else to say, or shall we close the meeting, and then if you're pleased about this, we could have a walk through the laboratories of U Center. Scusa,
I have something to say, but
sorry. It was just last offer, so
no, it's okay. I thought, okay. Very quick comments. First of all, congratulations, because the project was very interesting, and the results are really very, very important. For so far, it represents, first of all, a good practice. So that's an important staple. And the actual development are particularly useful, as it has been said already, for prevention and preparedness activities, while in terms of response, of course, damage scenarios should be still developed, but maybe in a future stage of the, in a future project. Just very few comments when I also was reading the deliverable. I noticed that while for the flood, there is a legal framework that is represented by the Directive 2007. This doesn't exist for the earthquakes, and this is probably the reason why there is so huge difference in the application of the seismic risk among the involved country in terms of exposures, in terms of vulnerability, a little bit less in terms of hazard, because seismic hazard at least was present. So maybe reasoning in terms of a future legal framework could help to go on. And in terms on, it was a good occasion for setting up a state of the art and comparing the different methodologies. And for the harmonization process between the countries, the cross-border evaluation, Of course, some simplification have been done, as also Professor Lagomarsino was saying. These simplification are due to the fact that exposure is very little in some country, and in some other country like Slovenia, we have the building by building. So probably the next stage, if any, in the future, could be to go in depth in the at least in the exposure. That would be a very important result for the future in order to have an harmonized level and common level among the countries. And in terms of of multi-risk perspective, I found that at this stage, besides what has been done, so a sort of multi-layer comparison, it was not possible to do better. But it's a great result so far, because also the expected annual losses are a very good way for comparing the two risks. Future work, if it is possible to suggest, or at least envisage the possible development, could be, I don't know, if first of all the validation of the model, at least in some if it has not has been done, I don't know, but I don't think it has been done so far, the validation. And develop damage scenarios would be quite a good perspective in order to support also the response phase, and also maybe exploring further assets such as road system and so on. So it's a very good base for going on. And congratulations. Thank you.
May I add my comments? I join with my congratulations. First of all, my point of view relates to the process of decision making and the support that this project and the products of this project can provide to this activity. I appreciated very much the perspective through time, because this is very important to compare the different risks in perspective of decision making. For instance, there is a lot of discussion in Europe comparing the value of investing in the structural prevention rather than in insurances. And in this perspective, the key provided by the time could be very interesting, because you may prefer for some risk to invest in structural prevention, and in other kinds of risks to invest in insurance to have a quick recovery after an event. A second point is that I think that the detailed analysis that you carried out in cross-border areas could be useful to compare your results with the risk map that have been produced at the European level. Because at the European level, we have risk maps related to different risks that should be, of course, put together in a way. But once you have done this comparison, this is interesting because you don't have cross-boundary maps so details as in your case. But you can use this as a proxy to understand how is reliable the data provided at the European level, so at a rough scale, a continental scale. So this could be a tool that could be used in the future to validate or to compare with the information across border in other areas where you don't have so detailed study, to understand how much you can use more rough data that are available. For the future, I think that it is important to integrate other risks. Of course, Max Pittore presented the activity done in another project about extreme events. This is interesting. The idea is to go toward an integration of also other risks. And I suggest also the inclusion of the aspects related to the social vulnerability. So the inclusion of these aspects related to people with disabilities or to young people, all this world of vulnerability that is not physical vulnerability. And I think that more or less this is my direct comment on your project, but I think it's very interesting. I found these presentations today very interesting. I think you did a very great job, so congratulations from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniela and Elena. This provides us with a very good idea for further exploitation of the project. Now I think we came to an end. So if you're pleased, I can take you around here in the lab of Youth Center for a very short visit. By the way, you need to get your jacket because we need to go outside. So.
I'm sorry, Barbara.
Oh, sorry. I forgot that there are people connected. Okay, Akif. Okay, and Akif want to talk. Sorry about that. I wasn't looking the screen.
Yeah, thank you. Just I would like to say thanks. You already say everything. All participants, all speakers already explained the details. So today we would like
Akif,
to be there.
Can you speak a little bit louder? We cannot hear you.
Okay. Sorry, maybe a little bit close. Today we would like to be there with you. Can you hear me now? Is better? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I continue. It was not possible, sorry for that. But from our side, you speak everything, but from our side, you know, as Turkey is one of the most affected countries because of earthquake and flood disasters. So we have big economic and life loss. Along the project, we would like to forward our experience. We have supported to contribute to published all results. At the same time, we learned and contribute. We learned and also increased our capacity too. Thank you for all our project partners. I believe in the next process, we continue to use the platform, of course, and also we use our data inputs. Maybe we have to find the chance work with our border countries, work closely. Lastly, I would like to thank the all partners again, coordinator and also commission. Thanks all of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Akif. Bye. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. And
Thank you, Marta.
Barbara,
Sorry about that. I lost the connection. Okay, fine. So we came to an end at the end. So I thank you very much, all of those that were connected. And I wish you all the best for Christmas and for 2003. And now for those that are present here, if you want, I can take you to visit the lab of Youth Center, if you're pleased about this. Okay? Bye, everybody. Cheers, bye-bye.
Recording stopped.